fuck it. We're close enough. Ahem. We're close enough. Thank you. Can my 9 actually work? Absolutely nothing is working. Off to a great start. However, we do have some good news on that front, which I'll mention here in a moment, once I actually get my music going. It's a small little glimmer among the sea of bullshit that I've been dealing with for the past 7 months, but it's something. Ooh, actually, I don't want to start there. I just realized that natural disasters are right before damn, there's actually freaking a lot of shit that's like right in a row here. We'll start here, actually. Everything's breaking. We'll get music started, and then while I'm prepping my drink, I'll say the little bit of good news that we've got. I got my arm twisted yesterday by desktop. And I got convinced to put the CPU that he recommended and the motherboard that he recommended on the throne. And he purchased those, so we have 2 parts. We're not exactly out of the woods yet, and again, they still have to be delivered. They got shipped this morning, but they still have to get delivered. Until they arrive at my doorstep, and I have them in my room, I'm not counting it as a victory. But if they make it, then we are one more tangible step closer to having a reasonable PC. Rather than it just being theory. And honestly, this is probably how we should have just done things from the start, but Nami offered to freaking set the whole thing up. And honestly, it worked until, you know, something out of everyone's control decided, actually, I want the PC instead of whoever actually freaking ordered the thing. The only downside about freaking wanting cold water for this is that it doesn't break up the clumps as well. But even with standard shipping, that means that we should have things show up either tomorrow or, I don't know, it's going through Amazon, so it could be Sunday. Unfortunately, I don't get an actual shipping label from Throne until, oh, like 2 weeks have passed, I think. I don't know, let me see if I can actually, or a tracking number, I mean. So I might be relying exclusively on emails for progress reports. Much better. Let me check Throne real quick. I'm also semi-debating if I want to remove, Cafe de Toho from the VOD track. Like, set the VOD track as, like, its own thing separate from the YouTube track. Because if I get unlucky with where a clip occurs, I've discovered that, there's a few very loud songs that could get in the way. What do you mean? Why are you asking me where? You should know this. Just give me Throne. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. I was literally in my freaking orders, and then they're like, hey, did you mean onboarding? No, I didn't. So let's see here. Fucking hello? You can't tell me that no wishlist purchases exist when I was just looking at them. Also, I apologize for anyone that has PTSD from this song. However, it is a good song. I added it for a reason, despite where I found it from. Estimated to deliver Monday, August 4th. What? There is no way it's supposed to take 2 weeks. Standard shipping still freaking leads to it only being a few days. And if I go to track item, it's... Oh, I do actually have a tracking number. Holy shit. We're already doing better than the last time. We're already doing better than the CPU from... We're doing better than we did for the December CPU. We actually have a tracking number. It doesn't just fade into oblivion. So let's see what we actually have listed for this. UPS, then I can see why it says that it might take until fucking August. But normally, like, Amazon, even on standard shipping, does... Okay, estimated deliveries tomorrow, according to UPS themselves. I'm guessing Throne just says, give it 2 weeks, just for, covering their ass. Not that it mattered, because the only time that needed to happen was the time that they didn't fucking send it for 2 weeks. They didn't even order it for 2 weeks, which was the CPU that we're currently running. But I'll have to keep an eye out for, like, when I wake up, I'll have to take a look around, or I'll wake up to packages in my room. So, assuming something doesn't go seriously wrong, honestly, a coin flip at this point. But, you know, hope for the best. But assuming that things don't go pear-shaped, we will be... Let's take a look, actually, as to... I don't need to actually have any particular freaking build marked on this. I just need to get a tally on how many parts there are. So let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 parts. 8 if we count, you know, potentially getting a bigger storage device. Because a 500 gigabyte SSD is not fantastic. It does its job, but so I'm not, like, counting that. But a terabyte would be nice. So let's bring out the calculator. So we're going with the base of 7. I did this in the reverse order. So we're 2/7 of the way there, assuming that things continue the way that they are. We are over 1/4 of the way there. If this works. If nothing goes wrong. You know. The bar is on the floor in order to get over 1/4 of the way through progress. But we could. And then even if we count, like, getting a better SSD, that still puts us at, you know, 25% because it'll just mean that it's 8 parts, which is exactly 25% of 8. 2 is exactly 25% of 8. Nearly 8 months in, and how many ever fuck-ups have been caused by the gods, and we might finally make it to 25%. I just wish that it wasn't, you know, under the circumstances that it is. Because I still feel bad about, like, anyone tossing in more money and resources into something that should have already been sorted out. Speaking of money and resources going into something that should have technically... Hey, Bill, how you doing tonight? Oops, I forgot it's on this monitor. Let me grab this real quick. VTuber appreciation. Not too bad. It's very hot today because it's supposed to rain tomorrow. But thanks to desktop, we might finally actually make some progress on the PC situation. Let me put this, and then I have to manually pin it for both of the things. If it's within your power, please consider donating to the Tiltify that is being linked. It is related to the current situation. For those that haven't been keeping track of it, we will talk a little bit about it tonight. But it has reached, I believe it's at 1.2 mil currently. Let me double check. I think we're at 1.25 last I checked. Okay, it's 1,228,000 so far. I feel that, honestly. I keep checking my bank account to see if my closing of my AdSense account has... Not that, why did I freaking click on that? Has actually paid out. I have less than 200, I believe. I spend mine on trying to pay off cards and bills. You know, the joys of being an adult, I guess. It's not even that, it's mostly the joys of being fucked over by 2 different companies at the same time. Speaking of getting fucked over by companies, if you would like to... No, but seriously, Anyone that is capable of tossing some money toward that Tiltify, please consider doing so. Mortgage is part of the problem currently. Also, it's very weird to see you on the YouTube side desktop. I don't know if you were lurking and listening, but according to the tracking number on Throne, stuff should come in tomorrow. And for the first time in 7.5 months, we will have made some physical progress on everything, rather than theoretical progress, thanks to you. I just have to keep an eye out because it's supposed to rain tomorrow, and God, that would certainly be just the gods pissing in my face, not even spitting in my face at this point. The single time that UPS decides, we don't need to bag it. Put together and built. I need to get a hold of my uncle about the case for my late grandmother's computer. I mean, that's the thing, is part of the reason why well, I guess not even part of the reason, but like, I'm still trying to get the set of parts, for the most part, at least so that this thing can still pull some of its weight, because I'm going to need I want to have a second thing set up so that I can transfer stuff over occasionally, so I can have something running that doesn't even need to be connected to the internet or anything, but can like render things while I'm working on other things. It's mostly for video editing, I guess, specifically. I mean, that was kind of part of the idea. I don't know. That's the thing, is I have sentimentality toward this. I yell at it all the time, and it's driven me insane. But my sentimentality makes me not want to freaking cannibalize it for most of its parts. Especially considering who knows what state half of the remaining parts are in. For all I know, certain parts of it are just fried at this point due to the sheer amount of stress that they've been under the past 7 months. God forbid we take into account the amount of heat that they've probably had to deal with due to the summer. I don't know what you're rocking is the thing, so... Depending on where it's set on the spectrum from 2018, it could be leagues above this poor girl. It's so weird seeing multiple storage units that none of them are, like, multiple terabyte. How much am I running on freaking... RAM? I know that your GPU is notably stronger than mine. Because I'm running a 1060. Obviously, it doesn't wind up becoming a bottleneck because my CPU winds up freaking eating ass beforehand, but... So I'm running 32 gigabytes of RAM, because the other thing that you donated to was another 16, which is the exact same model of RAM that I originally had in it. Probably? I'm talking with Nami about what we have access to. Because obviously you having done two major parts of the whole thing means that that's less stress put on to what insurance money we were able to scrounge up from the fiasco, which is the only way that I can really describe that. Case I know for sure is, especially because I don't really... My interesting thing is that my cases wind up being cheaper than, like, even their usual, recommended level case, because no one wants space for optical drives anymore. And for some reason, removing the ability to have slats in the front of it is the gap that we cross in order to make it to double the price. Because if we go to logical increments, which is where we were looking originally for price points. Yeah, but my USBs are all taken up for the most part. Because I have a USB that for my tablet, microphone, obviously my mouse and keyboard, my external hard drive, and then like the only freaking remaining thing that... The only remaining spot I have is normally taken up by controller whenever I actually have the ability to use it. So if we go by the level that we were looking at, the cheapest one on that is $204. No freaking slats or anything in the front of it. Go all the way back to the last one that actually has slats, and it's $133. For optical drives. Knock off $70 and gain the ability to freaking... A PS2 keyboard? What? I mean, I could probably save a USB slot as far as controller goes if I freaking got like a Bluetooth adapter for my PC. It would also mean that I don't have to yell at my controller every 5 fucking minutes because it gets disconnected because for some reason DualShock 4s were designed with the worst micro USB option. I'm surprised as to how well my keyboard has survived. I've gone through like 4 mice in the time that this keyboard has survived. And I'm so used to having all of these media player controllers on the side of my keyboard that I'd have to find another one that does the same thing. Being able to adjust my freaking volume with my pinky finger, or skip or go back in a song or something. Obviously, sometimes my finger slips and I do that while I'm trying to hit freaking escape or something, but still. I've been spoiled at this point. How in God's green earth have you kept a mouse alive that is from 2003? How many times have you had to switch out the switches? I'm not as worried about, like, you know, if it's like a ball mouse, I'm not that worried about that portion because those tend to survive pretty well. But the actual buttons in it normally tend to wear out. I mean, Christ knows that's what mine were. So the buttons just gave out. Fair enough. Is Razor Naga the one that everyone wants to be, like, get a return? Because they, like, discontinued it, and then everyone's like, why did you discontinue it? I like that mouse. Do a quick Google search here, or not Google search, but like it's not a quick at all. We gotta load. The original mouse I had that came with this keyboard lasted, like, I don't know, 2 years or something like that before it gave out. And I abused the shit out of that thing because of a lot of freaking gaming and whatnot. I got a G10 or a G302 or something like that, whatever the fuck. I don't remember what model it was. It was a Logitech mouse. That thing was dog shit. It had one feature where I could have the mouse wheel freely float so I could use it to rapidly scroll. But aside from that, that was an awful mouse. I think that it lasted a week before it started double-clicking and being incapable of click dragging. So I got it replaced because it was under warranty. Second one lasted a month and then had the same thing happen. And then I had a third one that did the same thing, where it lasted only a couple months and then it fucked up. Which is why I say I went through 4 mice. 3 of them were the same thing that I got under warranty. And then I stopped bothering. And then Tebber recommended me the mouse that I currently use, and it works fantastically. The only problem I really have with it is... Hey Ray, how you doing tonight? The only problem I have with it is that I like to use middle click a lot in order to open up things on, like, an extra tab or something, and sometimes it double clicks for that, so I wind up, if I were to, like, middle click in order to open up another stream, I'll wind up finding out, oh hey, I have 2 egg streams open now. Yeah, Razor Naga Classic is the one that people want to come back. You got promoted as in the group that you attempted to leave because they keep making you do shit? Oh, Christ. Hey, and thanks for gifting a sub to Ray. Oh, also, one thing I am going to do. Since I want to use a dink donk constantly whenever I like announce a short or something has gone live, that's the next thing I'm going to work on, is we're going to work on another animated emote. That does remind me. Did you say you were busy today? Or tomorrow? Friday. Exact word, Friday. Because I don't know, if Frosty has the day off, we could hang out. Yeah, that's tomorrow. I just remember you were saying that you had like a bunch of days that you were just being forced to do bullshit. I'm hoping that I have D&D on Saturday. I would like to actually be done with the dungeon they're in. I also have to double check to make sure that my chart for the goodies that they were going to get as a reward for finishing the thing are that still exist. It's not even a chart, it's just a list. Alright, enjoy the floor. And yeah, I guess that to a certain degree I'm a mouse abuser. I think that the G302 or whatever the fuck it was called is just a dogshit mouse, to be honest. Actually, is it a 502? I think I still have the box for it somewhere around here. Or maybe that was the box that I got rid of. I think that's the box that my phone came in that's down there that I intended to freaking... But I think I stored something and I don't remember what I stored in it. Either way, the point is... The mouse is bad and everyone agrees that it's bad. I think the only person I've ever met that has not said that that previous model of mouse is dog shit is Pai. Who's like, what do you mean? I've had this mouse for like 4 years and haven't had a problem. And I'm like, really? I went through 4 of those, and all of them had the same problem. But this mouse that Tebber recommended is done really well, and it's like a quarter the price. I think that... How much was this mouse? Do I still have in my DMs what the model of mouse is? Okay, I guess not. I mean, yeah, the older stuff tends to freaking last longer. The ones that survived anyway do. And that's, I mean, it's, yes, survivorship bias. But it's also that the specific models that survived are the ones that I'm referring to. Because we didn't have freaking as many monopolies that were just like, doesn't matter, our name carries us. Slap a $500 label on it, and they'll buy another one in a week. Exaggeration, but like, I mean, for fuck's sake. If I could find the box for that, that 502, I think is what it was. I'd probably see a freaking $150 tag on it or something. Actually, if I... Let's look up G502. $109. I don't remember which model it was of it. That does look the same. Around $100, yeah. Let's see if I can find the exact model of mouse that this is. I know the company that made it. I want to say it was only like $30 though. It's a wired mouse. I hope they haven't discontinued it. That would suck to try and find. Is this the right one? No. Not quite. Tebber threatened to get me an MMO mouse, and I can only imagine how much of a pain those are to clean. With all the goddamn buttons. Can you please load the images? I don't need to know the names of them, I just need to know the images. Well, I also need to know the price, but... No. This. 16 bucks. Alright. Take care, and thanks again for making us actually get physical progress on everything. The gap between this is $94 difference for a quality difference of like 600%. $94 cheaper. Has worked for like a year. As opposed to maxing out at 3 months. Make it make sense. Ad's about to start. I'm gonna hit it a tad early and get myself a refill on my drink. Actually get to the what was intended to be the main topic of tonight. shit has been wild for the past week, as anyone that's, you know, been keeping track knows of. I mean, things kind of just crumbled in 48 hours. Like, what do we even freaking do from there, you know? How else do we describe that aside from Jesus fucking Christ? And I did, like, I applied. I won't freaking say that, like, oh, I predicted this was gonna happen months ago. Oh my god, you guys should have listened. No, when the most recent applications went out, I applied. I can definitely understand why things went the way they did. And like, I don't know, they're freaking... The hindsight and whatnot, where it was a whole sinking ship situation, is like, there was no chance for me. And I've increased a chunk since then. I've improved a chunk since then. And even now, the amount of resources they would have to pour into me would not make me worth the amount that they needed to get out of following talents. I have no idea if that $11 million, here, let me actually freaking pop this out and try and, like, let's see here. I don't know if we could go over to... No, React Andy doesn't have my background sources. Do I have it in small screen games? Does that BGM? What about completion list? Completion list does have YouTube music. I don't want it to have the full thing going on right now. I want a window capture so I can control where it's at. We'll put it on pip. Put it below this. So let me move myself here. That just kind of foiled the entire freaking idea. I should have put it on the other thing. Either way. Transition over to this. But let's, we'll read this in a minute. Yes, 11 million. Right there. You can't see my mouse for some reason? What the fuck? Okay, I have to click on this window. But yeah, 11 million. I have no idea what they expected. Like, and we'll cover a different thing here in a minute. I do have I have like a video to like go over, or a video like to also discuss and whatnot. But I don't know, like, any logic that this follows at all. Because let me also add chat just in case. Chat is very large there. Put this above my head. We rarely use this for anything that normally has chat, but we've been using this for more than just freaking completionless stuff recently, so this is kind of just my I don't need audio React Andy shit. Which we'll use React Andy itself when we do video. Also, still labeling as Talent First VTuber company is very funny, because it's neither a VTuber company anymore, nor was it a Talent First at any point in time during this, apparently. Maybe that was the original idea, but it really wasn't anywhere near the end. But yeah, apparently they like had zero money comprehension throughout the whole thing. Like, there was a point apparently where they, I forget, I don't know if it was for everyone or just for Nova, but they apparently went and got Japanese Subway ads. Like actual Subway, not the restaurant. And they at no point, and these ads are expensive. They were apparently like, for the entire thing, which I think is what they bought, was the equivalent of $1 million USD. So I don't know what the logic is in any of this. They had Mouse and Zen and so many other individuals that were hyper successful, and they were still unable to go even yellow. 11 million is insanity. And, I mean, as this says, the NDAs are dead because VShojo is dead. The company has outright dissolved as of, like, actually, this is the announcement. I think it was like 2 p.m. my time. Some people were saying it was noon, but I think it's 2 p.m. my time. 8 hours ago would be 2 p.m. my time. I don't know why I'm freaking bothering with that. 8 hours, 10 o'clock my time. Basic math. But yeah, everything's... So there's going to be a lot more that winds up happening. I don't think that I'll, like, talk about it on stream for, like, the rest of it, just because the only reason I'm talking about it on stream now is A, because I wanted the app tonight, and B, because I was in the middle of watching stuff and looking through stuff when I had to go live, because I woke up late, and I just kind of wanted to fly on the wall. Because I don't want to go live at like 10 o'clock or something. Because if I wind up... then I either have to stream for only 2 hours, or I have to eat on stream, or some other thing along those lines. Because I tend to eat at, like, midnight. Yeah, 1:58 p.m. my time. But I don't keep my ear to the ground on, like, drama or anything. Obviously, but I mean, anyone that knows me knows that I really like to freaking fly on the wall, freaking watch certain shit when it happens. Like, there's basic freaking drama going on between, like, there's been people that will argue about, like, oh, freaking interpersonal thing got me mad, blah blah blah. Like, there's an argument going on between an artist slash rigger and the person that they were working with, because freaking argument through VGen, whatever. But there was obviously a similar thing that happened with, like, Calum a couple months ago, and it's like, I don't really care to keep my eye out for that shit. When there's stuff that's, like, big, or it actually does, like, affect people that I know, then I'll suddenly get a really big like, my brain wants to just know everything. And I just kind of freaking fall into the whole of it. So I have been keeping track of, like, a lot of different people that have been covering this and have been, you know, affected by this and whatnot. Like, last night when I was hanging out with Tebra, we were watching Neanners' discussion about what she could talk about. She can talk about a whole lot more now, since the NDAs are dead. Which, the implication based off of her being one of the first ones to respond here is we're probably going to get a bit more from her. So I kind of wanna fly on the wall kind of deal. There's a minor drama going on in relation to this, because apparently a lot of people are getting pissed about, like, Cinder, because she donated And they're like, oh, why did she have to, you know, donate with her branding, blah, blah, blah. It's like, doesn't matter. She donated nearly 7K. I don't see any way that you can twist that in a way that is negative. If I could donate, I fucking would. God forbid, if I had 7K to freaking donate, I'd freaking... Well, firstly, I'd solve a few problems at the house, you know. Probably get my roof fixed and whatnot. Granted, in this case, it's 7K that I can donate, so that means that I have everything stabilized and whatnot. Either way, the point is, I don't know how you just go, just because the person did a bad, I don't know how you go, clearly, that she's only doing this because of X, Y, and Z. It's like, shut the fuck up. If she really wanted to, you know, do it out of greed, she just wouldn't donate. I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, I don't give a shit if, I don't know, she was trying to do it for PR or whatever. She donated nearly 7K to a charity. How is that bad? You don't have to forgive her for the shit that she did before, but don't try and find some sort of 7-mile reach as to why that's a bad thing, you know. It's like people that commented on my one video where it's like, well, actually, we have reasons to hate Tectone. It's like, okay, I didn't say that you didn't. You can hate him. He's loud. He has opinions that, you know, are opinions. People are going to disagree with opinions. He has certain perspectives that you may disagree with. You can hate him. The main point of the video was that there's some people that hate him for things that he didn't do. And those people don't care. And you proved me right, by the way. And then there were some people that felt the need to comment, despite the fact that they didn't watch the video, because they assumed I was on one side or the other. I mean, one of them's like, blue sky, opinion disregard, and it's like, I mean, if your implication is that, then you're probably on the side that I'm on for this video? Which, by the way, while I was cleaning out my, following, I stumbled across someone and witnessed some more amusing friendly fire in that regard. I went into their thing, and then it's like, I tried to have a discussion with person that is a little controversial, and they're like, and one of the discussions that came along that they're using an example of is them going, hey, people being super abrasive and attacking you just because you have, like, a slightly different opinion really makes you not want to engage and agree with them. And then they took that and they're like, we gotta cancel freaking X person because they talked about this and they agreed that having a slightly different opinion means that you get canceled, and it's like... And then the person apologized and whatnot. It's like, I don't know why you're apologizing. Everyone that's yelling at you proved you right. You can apologize for having a person on your talk show that is controversial and whatnot, but don't apologize for what was said in there when it was a very reasonable thing said, and you were right as a result of what they're saying now. And I know the reason is because they abandoned Twitter and the only thing that they use is Blue Sky, like, whatever. Like, I use both. Obviously, because I'm right here, I do this. I mean, I'm, as far as I know, shadow banned on Twitter still. Let me look. Let me open my freaking private browser and, I've been cleaning up my freaking following list, so... I'm probably still shadow banned. Or at least search suggestion banned. I don't think I'm shadow banned. I'm only shadow banned when I'm unable to do any more actions for the day. But I know that I was search and search suggestion banned. Wait, am I actually? Am I free? It says that I'm not. Like, let me check something. The way that I can test this is I look into one of the two art pieces that I've done that's in a tag. And if it shows up in the tag, then I'm free. It would probably be easier if I did this on mobile, but... And also, one of the two tags that I'm looking into has not safe for work in it, so that's why I'm staying on this page. But if I'm, like, not search banned anymore, then shit. We're golden, baby. Been watching too much Moth. I mean, the only, like, questionable activity I've really done is the fact that I've been cleaning up my following list, which I'm not going to be doing as much now because I've reached my goal of below 4K. I was nearing 6K at the beginning, which is why I went down that path, and this doesn't matter. I don't know why I'm looking into this. Ilias doesn't have a tag. It does have the Toe project tag, but that's going to be freaking filtered like hell. It's like freaking going into a Hollow Live VTubers tag. You're going to freaking just... I'd have to freaking scroll all the way to the beginning of the day or something. Latest, not top. Top's for sure going to be one of the other images by, like, that she commissioned. Oh shit, Rhea got, more fan art. No, I don't see myself in here, so I might still be search banned. I am, however, going to save these two images. I mean, she got a VGen and then also more fan art. Neither of these are not safe for work, but I'm still just gonna... So I don't know, I'll probably be sitting on a search ban for a hot minute. Like, if we check again. Nope, still says I'm not, so I don't know. I don't know if that's inaccurate or if I just can't find myself. I mean, with how fucked up the Twitch API, or not Twitch, but Twitter API is, it could just be a freaking false marker or something. Either way. Let me close this. Let's switch this back over to... this. But yeah, my point is that, like, I think that it's good to do both. That's kind of why I started using Buffer, which Mural recommended. Because then I can do both Twitter and Blue Sky at the same time. I've actually grown a bit on Twitter since, like, I started using it semi more frequently. Partly because I've been interacting with more, like, VTubers in the spaces, just in general, so... You know, it is what it is, right? Let me... I have to take a real quick bathroom break and then we'll actually get into this. Alright. Crisis averted. Hop back over to this. I need to move myself into the corner. And now we hop over to this. And I have no idea if anyone else has gone over any of this. I mean, obviously people have gone over like this, but I mean like I said, Neanners has responded, so maybe she's also done her like coverage of what's gone on. And I've been filled in a little bit about like some of the shit that's gone on via people on the inside. I don't have any, like, details. I don't have any, like, secret sauce or secret freaking information. I just have other people that have covered stuff, you know, that were on the inside. Like, Giga went over the exuberant spending that was going on that she tried to freaking talk about. Or Zen talking, actually in the comments of this, I retweeted this. This one in particular. I should have just hit. But like, she tried for ages. And this one actually is one that I can talk about, as it kind of relates to me. Because this talks about the one from a few months ago, the tryouts kind of deal that went out fucking earlier this year, that Zen was like really pushing, and everyone and their mother was whining like, oh, Zen's just gonna have one of her friends come in, blah blah blah. And I feel so fucking bad for her in regards to that. Her and Amma, I should specify. Because as she goes into like detail on this, she did catch shit because Amma got brought in. Her and Amma both caught shit for this. Because in the eyes of the crowds, those that were yelling, oh, it's just gonna be another friend brought in, were correct. In their eyes, they don't care about like what's actually going on in the background. In their perception, from what little evidence they have, EN related tryouts, and then the next, I mean, in my eyes, I freaking thought that it was that Nova was actually the ones that were being tried out, because that was the next direct line. But EN related tryouts, and then the next EN person that comes in is Amma, was brought in third party, like, not third party, but like unrelated to tryouts. And I think that's a thing that a lot of people kind of forget, is that when they bring in like these individual people, like Giga and whatnot, they don't really do the tryouts for them. They have scouted them. Or maybe in certain cases they've asked to come in, but in a lot of cases it's scouting, right? I know. Freaking, I'm using the big fancy show business term, but, you know, that's what it is. They'll go to them, like they went to Lily, and they went to freaking... I don't know if Mint went to them or if they went to Mint. I know that there was talks going on with that, and maybe more information will come out. Maybe Mint will want to freaking share now that she's also not under NDA. I don't know. Maybe she just wants to wash her hands of it and just hang out with a friend. Which I wouldn't blame her on. Since neither of them are V-Shoujo. But... much like... with... but we'll get into, like, around the... This is Vey, not Silver, but, like... we've all... I'm not sure if you guys have seen the video, but, like, effectively Silver was like, yeah, I talked the gun run and whatnot, and I just got scolded like a dog that pissed on the carpet. Because I dared to freaking get excited for a game that is related to one of my favorite childhood freaking series. Just because people decided to freaking harass me. So not only did I not have any comfort coming from outside because everyone and their mother was deciding to be dicks over a video game, but I also wound up getting harassed from inside by the fucking managers. And I'll see if the clip, like, sits on its own anywhere, and we'll probably watch through that a bit. Because I haven't watched the clip directly. I just know the cliff notes of that clip. But... here's the main portion here. Look at this. Even when Amelie joined, I begged you to put out a statement regarding auditions before she announced her debut stream. Because she knew that people would assume, especially with the context of Ama being related to some of the V-Shoujo talents, and also being an EN individual that came in. People were going to assume that she auditioned rather than was scouted, and they were part of the auditions. Because no one knows how long these auditions take. The only reason I even know how long these auditions wind up taking, I didn't even get in through the first phase. So this isn't me having like some freaking background stuff. But Buff talked about the other day that to get to phase 4 or something like that, it was a year and a half. And I'll talk about that in a minute. But people on the outside who don't know any of the stuff that's going on are going to assume, and this was stuff that was going on right after Giga had joined, who was friends with all the girls before she was scouted, brought in, type deal. Right. And she had already been getting a lot of shit, and she had not, like, opened up and stated, I've been getting a lot of shit. People keep thinking that there's no point in freaking applying because they think that I'm just going to bring my friends in regardless. And, like, I obviously saw, like, that while going through the tweets when it was trending, because I didn't know about it, and I woke up, like, most of the way through the day, not because of my schedule. So, you know, all this goes on, tryouts, no one hears, because I'm assuming that most people that go through are... Actually, no, I don't even have to freaking guess. I know because it was stated by multiple people that you're under an NDA when you make progress. But obviously, no one fucking knows who's making progress through all this. And then all of a sudden, the people that already have bad intentions and already have, like, their opinions made and whatnot are like, oh, hey, this big person who has collabed with them in the past suddenly comes in. Clearly, I was right. Clearly, that means that that was the intent the whole time. It was just to be a false flag so that they could bring someone else in without catching any flack. And obviously, both of them are catching shit for it. Ama's being called a Nepo baby because freaking of the perception that's going on. Zen's freaking saying that she's being what would effectively be, in this case, the Nepo Papa. Because, oh, you just brought in another friend. You freaking just gave everyone a false sense of security, blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, actual freaking progress is actually being made in the people that made it past phase 1. Blah, blah, blah. And they're like, hey, you know, V Shoujo, hey, you know how you're supposed to have a PR team that freaking, like, keeps track of this stuff and actually helps us and, you know, are getting assumedly paid for all this? Can you, you know, take a little bit of flack off of this for something that you are supposed to be wanting to actually be doing? Rather than them sitting on their asses, thumbs up their ass, doing nothing during all this? Put some of that money to the people that are supposed to be doing their jobs and announcing stuff and whatnot. You don't have to say names, but say, hey, this wasn't related to that. No. Instead, they get fucked over, and they have to do the ones making the announcements, hey, this wasn't actually related to that. Please don't fucking attack us. And they're still gonna get shit for it. Undeserved shit. Because their company is not willing to go, hey, those auditions that happened, we're still in the process of that. This person is not from the auditions. And this is a repeated thing, apparently, because she says she keeps taking the damage over and over again. And this is unrelated to, like, obviously not getting paid, and other shit going on just from freaking, you know, being big streamer, and all the shit that's going on. And we'll talk about Giga's, like, role in all this, like, in a bit. Because Giga outright said in hers, and let me actually bring up the thing so that we can... I'm not gonna... I'm not going to go into too much detail because we'll watch the video that's actually by Giga for it. But up until the last little bit, she was like, if you guys can convince me that you guys can turn this shit around, I'll stay. And she kept giving them advice, and she kept giving them X, Y, and Z, and they did jack shit with that. She was talking with, like, her freaking direct managers and whatnot. Oh, hey, look. She actually has a more direct thing for this. She also goes over the, you know, you can't see it, but in the video, she actually goes over, subways, the subway ads that, like I said, I think Connor said that for a week of all the ads, it was like $1 million on its own. And those are going to take a while to load, so things are going to be a bit slow just in general. Instead of using talent money on operating costs, companies should have shut down or at least informed us. Yeah, if you're freaking not paying people for nearly a year, July to August, August to September, we were 2 months short of a year on at least Kayson's example. They used us as cash cows to keep things afloat while keeping us in the dark. Chose to keep the expensive sinking ship, again, $11 million, going, and again, using $1 million on ads that probably did negligible freaking stuff, to be honest. Abundantly clear, okay, with not prioritizing the debts owed to the talent and who made this company what it is. Stealing from charity, you know. Not paying people for nearly a year. Saying you take full responsibility is the correct thing to do. I also think that many others... I stated this. He did not take full responsibility. He said that he took full responsibility. The comments outright prove there's no responsibility taken. They threw people under the bus. They didn't pay people. They fucking... Even in his own thing, I take full responsibility. I don't know that Mouse's money was supposed to go to charity. The charity subathon that made the news multiple times. I completely avoid using any of my resources to do anything, and apparently their lawyers didn't actually have their licenses still active when they freaking were working for them. Giga is like the voice of reason as much as she can be, I guess. And I appreciate her for trying to like keep things calm and cool in her brain and whatnot. But like, he's not taking responsibility. Cinder took more responsibility in her freaking apology than he's taking in his, because he's only talking about, I'm taking full responsibility. Wah, I failed. No, not I failed. The company failed. I swear I didn't know about X thing. I'm sorry that happened. Know which leadership worked on our contracts, know which leadership constantly sat in VC playing games with staff. Again, if this is going on, either it is Gunrun himself who is doing this, or no one is fucking doing their job and firing the dude that is just sitting in VC playing with staff. And those staff should also be fired if they're not doing their job. Because, I mean, working on time-sensitive tasks. And they're doing, like, debuts constantly, and I know how much work goes into a debut. I mean, they're already fired. The company dissolves. There's not much more fired that you can get than the company I work for doesn't exist anymore. But you get the idea. But the sheer amount of mismanagement, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. As more of this comes out, it's only more and more evident as to why this burned in 48 hours. When certain other companies that, like, have been taking on water for actual years at this point still manage to stay afloat. So I have no idea how the fuck this shit happens. Aside from partially intentionally. Either way. We'll actually talk about this once I get back from break. We're in break mode. I'm just gonna move myself over to... Not this. This screen. I'll be hiding back here still because I'm just gonna move myself back over to the other screen once I get back, so there's no point in me moving to the middle. Oh, Lord. I'm not even gonna remove that BRB from the screen. Because honestly, we don't need to... go to the completion list, which is where we're at. Let me check where we're at in music, if I have to shuffle. For all our Twitch watchers. No, I've still got a few. A couple. Actually, no, I'm good until we reach the end of Akayu, effectively. Further away. Let's get into reading this, because this is going to definitely be, something. Jesus fucking Christ, I am lagging like hell right now. What is going on? Why is Discord eating up so much of my CPU right now? Okay. We're evened out a little bit more. Alright. And so our NDAs are now void. Why I left Vishojo. Something that I've been trying to say for 2 years. Back in 2023, Vishojo tried to bully me into one of the most predatory contracts that I've ever seen. When I tried to ask more about it, their COO got extremely hostile with me and refused to answer any of my questions, and so I had to hire a lawyer in order to get some clarification. Yeah, we're talents first, by the way. I've heard exclusively bad things about, like, the lawyers that they freaking, and the contract, like, brokers that they have tried going through and on anyone, and it's really, really freaking... Like, Lily talked about it freaking, obviously Vay's talking about it now. Fucking a half dozen other people have been like, yeah, their lawyers are assholes and unprofessional. During the talks, it became clear that Vishojo would rather let me go than take less away from me. They were ultimately wanting me to give up more than half of my sponsor revenue and over 60% of all merch sales. I mean, if they're bleeding money as much as they did throughout this, I guess that, you know, makes sense from their perspective. Still dog shit. Especially considering if you're indie, that's 100% going to you, and from what I've heard from everyone that's related to Mythic, the maximum they take is 15%. Like, that's a dog shit rate, dude. And apparently this has happened with multiple people. And I don't know, like, what merit they're going by, because apparently when they did this shit, they were going by, like, how people were performing. So I don't know what their merit is for you to get a better rate. Lily was being brought in, and they're like, we'll do 50%. And it's like... Neither of these are small people. Because Vay is... We'll just go based off of this alone. Over $500,000 currently. So if we freaking go at, like, I don't know, freaking rate of increase, say 300k at the time, right? Say maybe she doubled in this time. What the fuck is this shit, dude? All I asked for them in return is not take a cut of the sponsors I was getting through Mythic. Which, anyone that's watched the Lila video knows that that's not an agreement that they're going to be willing to do, as that cut was already being taken. They said no. They want it all. And so I asked to leave after being treated like I was disposable in our talks. Good on you, honestly. They basically made it seem like they were my employer and that they're the reason for my success, that I owed them, and that I should be happy to give them my money. As multiple people have already said, fuck no. I mean, they're on all the freaking advertising. People are there for them. You take away any of their faces and freaking... you're not getting the people that are there for them. Nobody fucking knows X, Y, or Z suit that's sitting in the back trying to freaking push these contracts onto them. No one knows them, no one gives a shit about them. Try and toss one of them up there and see how many freaking views and bucks you get in there. No one freaking went to the VShojo booths in order to freaking say hi to the freaking company. People went to the VShojo booths because they wanted to meet and greet the freaking people they looked up to, the people that they liked to watch. We all know why they're doing this now, because they were bleeding money like hell, and despite having people like Bay and Silver and Neanners, people that have been successful for years, and they have all this, they're still somehow bleeding money. Probably because they were spending $1 million on adverts for a week in certain cases. Again, we'll get to that. In order for me to leave, they demanded I sign an NDA that prevented me from speaking to any of the other talent about it, which is still dog shit. Especially considering that, as anyone freaking knows at this point, it didn't stop VShojo from talking about them or freaking trying to paint them in a bad light afterward. I could not say why I was leaving. I could not say what the terms that I was saying no to were. I even got in trouble for advising them to hire their own attorneys. They would watch my streams, read my Discord, and then threaten to sue me if I said anything that hinted toward how I really felt about the company. I was threatened with a lawsuit. Meanwhile, this whole time, the company, not the girls, were going, oh yeah, they just wanted too much money. They wanted us to pay them more than X, Y, and Z other talent. That's why they had to leave. We didn't want to freaking pay them. Painting it like some sort of freaking fit, like some actor is doing. And that's why they had to leave. We forced them to leave. They weren't leaving because we were being unreasonable. They were being unreasonable, and we made them leave as well. Another one of their leave terms is that they will announce both me and Silver on the same day in order to minimize the damage to their company. Okay. The CEO began to push a narrative on 4chan. Yes, I'm serious. Again, another whole layer of how goddamn unprofessional this bullshit is. An employee going around and starting to spread rumors. I mean, this is not, like, original. We've seen this a half dozen times, like, even in the past year, where it's like someone going and faking where we got the inside scoop kind of shit in order to get, like, we look good, they look bad now. That I'm leaving because I plan to join OTK, and that both me and Silvervale are troublemakers, so they were letting us go. And it worked. I mean, Christ knows how many freaking times I saw them trending over the following month or two, where it's like, oh, they said this thing in the context of this video, and clearly that's their actual opinions. That's what they do. Makes me kind of wonder how many times those that they were freaking being pushed by staff that no one knew was staff. Later I found out that Neanners wanted to leave around the same time due to also being unhappy with the contract, but was told that she couldn't because it did not fit their narrative and they were pushing internally and externally. The amount of hate we've gotten over leaving, from fans calling us greedy bitches to people saying that we're abandoning our friends and tossing aside the company because we're successful enough, shit was fucking painful. Not being able to say anything sucked, which I can understand that. I can't say anything to defend myself, however, they can fucking slander me on every website they want. I guess it's libel because it's written, but still. Is it libel? The point is that they're freaking shit throwing. But then saying, you're not allowed to do that. The ref over there will take you to the penalty box and beat your ass with a cane if you freaking do it. I only found out that I didn't get paid for any of my sponsors after I'd already signed the NDA. After 2 years, I still have not been paid back fully. To add insult to injury, they also demanded I had to pay them back $10K for some of the anniversary assets, which they sent me back months later. We're half finished. I'd like to friendly remind anyone, because we're not going to watch the exact video because I watched it yesterday while I was hanging out with Teber. Neanners had a similar thing happen, where she got swatted live on stream, and had to play that she didn't, and she never got paid for that either. I don't know if she got freaking, like, told, hey, you're gonna have to freaking pay us back for X, Y, or Z or whatever. Maybe that's what happened. I don't remember if the Dia model was before or after Neanners left Bishoto, but maybe that's what happened to that model. Maybe that's why she never used it, aside from the fact that it had to get edited later. Because Twitch said that, sorry, the scales on your tits are not gonna work. It was a good model, and I mean, I'm biased because I absolutely adore Dia's work, but it just kind of disappeared after, like, the week that it was shown. Which I know led into Tricky getting a sweater added to her model as well, because she also has the scales on her tits. Again, and also, not finishing work and then still demanding freaking you pay them is bullshit. Also, if they owe you money on top of that, and they're saying that you owe them money, what the fuck happens there? That should at least cancel itself out. Like, this is Disney level of bullshit that they were trying to get away with in the background. And just try and NDAing their way through it, which, you know, is also Disney freaking MO, I guess. Despite all of that, I had immense faith in the company has gotten better over the 2 years. As did, you know, some of the others who were like, well, I sure hope that it's gotten better since I left, because the number of people that are coming in, I really hope that they're not suffering like I did. I assume they rewrote their contracts after losing 3 people due to them and seeing all the new talent join. Clearly that was not the case. Now for some fun facts. Let me take a quick sip here. Their company lawyer has an expired law license. He literally does not practice law anymore. Yet he was our point of contact for any legal help we needed, which has been corroborated by several other people. They actively pitted us against one another during my time there and compared our successes to others. They tried enforcing streaming schedules so that our view count would look better due to less overlap. Talent first, by the way. This is, like, shit that you would expect to come out of, like, Niji or something. Until, like, this past week, where it was revealed that freaking VShojo has so much shady shit. They're just very good at using NDAs to freaking hide all of it. Where NDAs don't mean jack shit anymore. We're gonna freaking see a lot of stuff, and I'm my fly on the wall. I secretly enjoy freaking watching this stuff unfold when people do shitty shit. Is excited to see what's going to happen, because I want all of these girls to finally get some sort of retribution / closure for all the shit they've gone through over the years. Because according to some people, the charity thing is not the worst of it, and that is terrifying to think about. And I genuinely hope the best for them. Again, pinned in both of the chats is a Tiltify link to Iron Mouse's charity. If you have the capability to do so, please consider donating there. They would always shit-talk other VTuber agencies, which I guess checks out. Literally would spend company money to get a tiny dig at them? What the fuck, dude? Well, I guess we found another freaking money hole. Especially HoloLive. It literally lived rent-free in Gunrun's head. They were convinced HoloLive was over when they signed Kason and Nasu. Why? Why would they think that they're over just... I don't remember how the environment looked at that point. But, like, I think Myth had come out by then, right? Let's, Let me look up Kiryu Coco. And I'm not really worried about that at this point. Everyone fucking knows who's who. Um, 2021 7-1. Fan wiki is what I want. I don't think that the official website would have their debut dates. Well, it says Mori debuted in 2020. Yeah, so they already had Gura. And Myth was, like, very successful. I don't know, like, reference points for any of the others off the top of my head, but that was, like... I know that Myth did really, really well. Yeah, I was in the middle of watching/reading stuff when I went live, so I just decided, oh, fuck it, we'll do that. How you doing, Zuki? I don't even know if I'd consider this, like, drama at this point. There's, like, actual freaking crimes going on with this shit. Like, obviously there's drama stuff going on, but... Yeah, I know that there's some people that are, like, trying to go into everyone's chats and be like, hey, what happened with this? What happened with this? What happened with this? You said that you had a very vague connection. I'm sure that, like, even Meika's had, like, people coming in and being like, so what are your thoughts on the whole thing? Just because she's friends with some of the girls. I mean, the first hour of this was me talking about how I'm finally making progress on the PC, because thanks to desktop, I actually have 2 parts inbound, which are supposed to be in tomorrow. So I, at the very least, am finally making physical progress on a PC that doesn't overheat and die while I'm just chatting. Yeah, I try not to speculate too much. That's why I'm just going over stuff that's, like, outright said, rather than going, ah, well... Like, if I wanted to speculate, I could go into the quotes on Fruit's comment. There's some people that are speculating that she's dating Gunrun, there's people that are speculating freaking... she was trying to get a cut of the freaking money that was owed X, Y, and Z, and it's like... I'm just muting that shit at this point. You know, stuff that is just conspiracy theories at this fucking point. Because she, you know, took a little extra time to freaking comprehend everything. Everyone and their mother that is engaged with this stuff, or like the people that are directly involved, have all had breakdowns, are all stressed out about this, and it's not helped by the fact that freaking... Like, Melody had to take 24 hours to freaking announce because she was getting overly stressed, and she's just leaving for 2 weeks because she doesn't want to freaking have it constantly buzzing around her head. And people are like, oh, but Fruit didn't announce 2 seconds after this whole... after Mounts' video. She's clearly just... I mean, yeah. I don't know. Aside from those that left back in 2023, I don't know if there's anyone that really had a higher hate train. But I mean, my freaking video from like 2 days ago, or not 2 days ago, my video from last week that is a clip of me going why I didn't freaking do a video goes over the fact that a lot of people don't give a shit about like the actual facts, despite the fact that there's court documents and everything for Fruit's situation that prove that half of what people hate her for is lies. And the fact that her husband at the time came out and said, I fucking lied. No one gives a fuck. The people that hate her just want to hate her at this point. And with all the freaking money with all the money problems that have apparently been going on, I would not be surprised if the other thing that I actually, like, said, okay, you can call shit on that, whatever. And people have blown that out of proportion, too. People think that it was an actual charity event that she didn't freaking do anything for. She said that for every like, she would donate $1 to X charity. Which is, at worst, engagement farming. So that's been lied about, because people want to hate Fruit for more shit. And then, as we've discovered, people haven't been paid since fucking September, so she just might not have had the money. Or she might have been told, you're not allowed to do that. If you donate to charity, then it puts our name on that charity, and if anything bad happens, then that. And we can only have IDF as our freaking only charity or whatever. Fucking, I don't know. That's going way too into speculation zone, and I said that I wasn't going to do that. The point is that people are pissed, people don't care about facts in half these cases, and people are going to find some reason to be pissed. I have my own bias. I've looked up to Fruit as an artist for a bit. But I try my best to be a bit objective when it comes to particular bits in this. Like I said. Sure, you can call it freaking engagement farming on the one thing. There's evidence that proves that your big argument is lies, and ain't gonna stop the dude from posting the same image in the quotes of every single one of her tweets, so it is what it is. I skimmed the document. It was mostly a repeat with a few extra screenshots of Facebook DMs of the original document that she posted way back when the original freaking rumor started. And it resulted in the same thing. Too long, didn't read, I'm still going to talk shit despite the fact that the document itself proves wrong half this shit. So, I don't know. I have my fly-in-the-wall moments when certain things affect certain other things, and I feel interest in them. But I'm not gonna go and freaking become a drama channel and talk about freaking every little thing that happens and be like, so this individual over here says that they were scammed out of a model. This individual over here says that they finished the model and have multiple video evidences of it. However, the commission sided with this person over here, and now we're having a shit-flinging contest over that'll no one will give a shit about in a week. I'm using an actual example because, due to it being related to art and whatnot, it has been on my timeline. Toho drama? Or as in you've filtered yours to show mostly Toho? I've also filtered mine to be mostly Toho. And occasionally, like, VTuber support posts. The Cinder drama from a few months ago and this drama, obviously, are both instances that snuck through because they just have so much of a ripple effect at this point. Oh god, yeah, I know about the elitists in Toho, where they're like, oh, actually, you haven't played every single mainline game on Lunatic? You haven't listened and bought every single album that Zun has put out? Blocked. You don't have any right to talk. I think that freaking calling yourself an elitist while not engaging with the mainline stuff is the funniest shit. I mean, you did say hypocrites, so fair enough. Jesus Christ. I don't see much of a problem in buying bootleg Fumos, and I don't know why people get, like, so upset about it. If you're waiting for, like, a rerun of X character, or X character just isn't popular enough to get a Fumo, then fuck it. Support a small artist who is doing decent stuff. Hi, Stinky. Can I help you? I mean, that sounds more like the elitism is being veiled under don't buy the bootlegs, and the elitism is, you like popular character? Well, actually, I like this character who is a little less popular. Clearly, I'm the superior one because I don't eat that slop. I don't fucking understand elitism, dude. I don't... How do you freaking elitism in reverse? How do you, for lack of a better term, and I'm going to hate myself and flog myself after stream for saying this phrase, tourism elitism. You're not an actual fan because you enjoy the games. I, as a person who doesn't engage with any of the actual official content, am actually the only true fan. I don't know, then again, I know my own fair share of people that I'm acquainted with that go, hey, here's my headcanon for how this series works. It's now the canon. And they'll freaking tweet about it for 700 hours, and then they'll go and see the actual official thing and be like, oh, it ruined my headcanon. Well, I guess that's not real. And I guess that you're fake fans if you don't want that to be real or whatever. Or whatever. Fucking... You get the idea. I guess it's not even tweet because they're on freaking Blue Sky exclusively, the people I'm talking about. My stance on it is pretty simple. Do you enjoy the series? Congratulations, you're a fan. Just don't freaking try and be a dick and tell people that they're not freaking a good enough fan if they freaking don't like it in the exact way that you do, and we can agree. I don't know. I think that people need to be a little less aggressive with their freaking stances on shit sometimes. I mean, as we talked about earlier, there's like one dude that got freaking browbeaten in the penalty box for like a week because he talked to the wrong person. And had a very reasonable take on things, which was ironically, hey, maybe we shouldn't constantly verbally assault people. Just because we have a small internet disagreement. And then felt the need to apologize because he was proven right. Because he was verbally assaulted for having a reasonable opinion. Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, I guess that at least that's standard elitism, which we've been dealing with for years. Oh, you actually didn't watch this show? You must be a fake anime fan. You didn't read the manga first? Oh, fake fan. It's at least something expected. Doesn't make it any less fucking stupid, but... I guess. previous talent manager got ghosted for 6 months by Gunrun. So this dude has a habit of just running away and ignoring people for X amount of time, despite the fact he's supposed to be a shot caller. Spend company money on a tiny dig at the... where... Told not to do any work for us, and then got fired for not doing anything during this fiasco. That's so fucking stupid, dude. MTD. Reprimanded for being creepy to us. You know, fair enough. Oh, I know who this is, actually. That's the one that's been freaking talked about, and I'm expecting to be mentioned multiple times now that they're not under NDA. Who've tried to freaking throw a smokescreen up by saying that he's not associated with VShojo despite only leaving like a month ago. Yeah, I don't... no. Legally speaking, the NDA doesn't... Legally speaking, the NDA is broken now that the company doesn't exist because the NDA is tied to the company. That's actually the reason why this exists, is because the NDA is now void. The only things that they aren't allowed to talk about is stuff like exact numbers on how much is owed, because that's going through courts for them to do class actions against the company in order to try and get some bit of their payment back. I think that they outright stated that the company is... I don't know. It also partially depends on, like, state law to a certain degree due to the contract nature. I mean, I guess when it all comes down to it, I guess the worst that happens at this point is that they are no longer allowed to sue because they've breached the NDA. The company can't do shit. They don't have the money to go against, like, the litigation on this. I mean, the company may be bankrupt, but the company is also in the process of being completely dissolved because they have no way to recover from this. They have lost everything. They don't even have the rights to, like... There are several companies that have quote-unquote official merch that are now on their own. I don't know. I mean, at that point, it goes into the court system. In which case, whoever has the bigger money sack is the one that's probably going to win in this case. And one side has support. One of them is 11 million in debt. So I don't know. I don't know enough about law to actually make a full call on that, and I don't know if anyone that is versed in law has actually covered it yet. I'm mostly just going through freaking, you know, the interpersonal stuff, the stuff that I actually do have experience with, and from the entertainer's perspective, which I do have experience in. I don't have enough experience in, what's the word I'm looking for? The running a business side of things. I don't know. You get the idea of what I'm trying to say. I mean, it's already been established that Vishodra doesn't have lawyers, aside from one dude that does not have his license anymore, and hasn't had his license since pre-2023. So at that point, the only real way is personal court. And I think Gunrun himself has bigger problems, like the allegations of what's the word I'm looking for? Embezzlement. That's the word that's been being thrown around. And I'm going to say allegations for legal reasons. Because I don't know the exact term for embezzlement, so I don't know what's, like, parameters need to be filled out for it to be classified as proper embezzlement. I don't know. That's the difficult thing, is that there's so many moving parts in this that... I will just say that I'm almost dead certain that those that have had the NDAs, since they've had their lawyers, probably had their lawyers double check to make sure they were allowed to make these comments beforehand. Because, I mean, that's one of the reasons why they haven't talked about the money side of things. Because their lawyers are like, this is going to be a class action. We can't talk about this. Because then it starts to make public opinion muddy the waters. 4 hours about. Assuming you mean the difference between Vei's and then V Shoujo's announcement. I don't know. Either... How do I put this? With all of the stuff that has been discussed today, either Gunrun, because he's probably at this point going to have to file as an individual. If V Shoujo is actually properly being dissolved as a result of all this, which would be, I think, the only real play. Either he is going to have a field day / the most busy next 1.5 years minimum of his life, because he's going to have to file against literally everyone that said anything, because there have been direct accounts mentioned. Or, I mean, he's boned either way. His best hope, honestly, in my non-lawyer opinion, is to hope that this did break NDA and thus they can't press anything as a result. And I have no idea how an NDA like that affects the relation of anything. I mean, we established earlier that they owed Vei over $100,000, but they were trying to press her for $10,000 for unfinished assets, so... This thing's all fucked regardless of how it goes. I mean, the problem with the law system is that most of our examples are people that have stuff to work with. I'm not going to say any names, but we know, like, a lot of the big ones that we know of, where they can just throw money at the problem until it goes away because no one can keep up with it. Where they have outside stuff that freaking affects it. Or in the case of Disney, which I'm not afraid to actually call out, they just changed the law with their amount of money, and I guess that's just how it is now. Again, that's another case of throwing money at the problem until it goes away, but... Like, that's the reason why people can't go against, like, big companies like Niji when they have shit like this, because... A, it's crossing borders and whatnot, international borders in most cases, and B, Niji has all of that JP money that they can just squeeze into this against freaking claims again of people freaking... all I'm saying is that the legal system has a lot of fucked up loopholes, but I don't believe that most anyone that's involved on this side has a whole lot to worry about, simply because the scale at which they are able to afford lawyers and able to afford to continue fighting this is definitely skewed in their side, unless there is a severe cascade effect that happens where Gunrun wins one case and then can afford to go against a bigger case, and then it cascades from there. Which, I don't know at what point the freaking statute of limitations, or whatever the fuck it's called, of, like, time gap happens. I don't know. I can only go into that weird hole of speculation how it is. I know what little I know based off of the perspective of how this stuff normally works from a performer standpoint. I haven't ever had a bad enough experience as a performer to where I would need to go against anything like this, nor have I had a NDA that may have dissolved from such a thing. What were you doing that you performed a hog tie on a person? I haven't had a situation where I've hogtied someone since fucking school or something. What in God's green earth are you on about, crazy? Rope class. Huh. I didn't know that they did rope classes. Before ad procs, let me see these last 2 points. Proof from other streamers attending their IRL parties that MTD would actively shit-talk me after I left the company to paint me in the worst light imaginable. Again, man's trying to freaking cover for his ass in his own tweet. While you're acting innocent on Twitter pretending you weren't aware of anything. Oh, yeah, there it is. Can't wait to see all the shit that comes out about you, because there are loads, but those aren't my stories to tell. Thanks for reading, and thanks for those who stuck around between then and now. Thank you for giving me, Silver, and Nian the benefit of the doubt when we needed it most. I will be right back. I really have to pee. Ugh. Oh, I forgot about Shibari classes. I mean, I was forced to read Greek mythos in middle school. I still need to play Hades 1, let alone freaking Hades 2. Checking something else. This notification's actually something. I didn't really have any years where I did the Westman thing with the main group that I was with. It shifted into a different thing the year that I joined in, and then I only did that for 1 year because COVID happened. And then most of what I did was pre-Western. Okay, this is a freaking lip from yesterday. What the fuck? Okay, no, it's yesterday because it's fucking 12 a.m. Oh, this is only a 23-second thing. I'll probably end shortly. I do want to go through the one thing that we discussed earlier. The mention of the Japanese subway thing. I don't know if we'll watch the other thing. Not together, anyway. I have a few others that I'm gonna probably skim through on my, like, own time and whatnot. But I just mostly need a small filler at the very least. So that we don't... Can I actually freaking move? That's the only thing I wanted to do! We'll go to this. And then I also want... Also, I'm going to this, not that. And then I need this. Transition over. But, I did watch this one already, so it's why I was discussing a little bit earlier about the whole, you know, spending X amount of money on freaking signs, that was unnecessary, apparently. I don't know if they... I don't know. I don't remember exactly. We'll just freaking watch it.
There was just a lot
whatever.
going back where I was like, things in my mind had not been going too well for them for a long while. And I felt that way for a long while. And then they wanted to bring people in. And I said, I don't know if we should be bringing anyone in when these issues are here. I don't know if I like that, especially with smaller talent, because let's talk about money for a second. Be very realistic about this. When you...
Which is fair. Like I said, if it's someone like my size, again, freaking me explaining earlier as to why I didn't take it personally that I wasn't freaking brought in, or someone, like, a lot of the people I know were not like, hey Jeff, how you doing tonight? A lot of the people that I, like, knew were around my size. If they did bring in someone of my size, which I don't think that they were, like, Barry's a decent sized one. The only other one, it was Barry, Mint, and one other person I knew. Who was that last person I knew? Hey, and thanks for the follow. There was some other third person that I actually knew. But, like, they're of decent size. Obviously, Mint is big. But if they brought in someone, like, of my size in order to, like, quell the... Which they weren't trying to quell at all. I mean, freaking Zen had to quell. But in order to quell the, oh, they're just nepoing and blah, 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 that freaking Twitter and whatnot would constantly freaking spout about. Then obviously they're just going to be bleeding even further because they got to put a lot of resources in, and who knows how much resources they'd get back? Because, I mean, sure, the name exists, but we're kind of in uncharted territory as to if VShojo themselves has enough weight and swaying power in order to see if an unknown going in is going to be able to, you know, make the strides that they need in order to not be a resource dump. And I'm considering myself under that, by the way. Like, if they had brought me in, I would be a resource dump if I didn't fucking, you know, suddenly blow up by their freaking thing.
You're a company, and the nature of your company is when you bring someone in, they don't instantly get hundreds of thousands of followers when you bring in someone who's a small name, who doesn't have any prior audience, who doesn't have any prior anything they're bringing with them, right? This is not a company that just, they've used someone unknown and they get a billion people following them. That's not what this company has. We have our own communities individually that do support other people, but for the most part, they're there for us, the members, you know?
Exactly.
So I was saying that, and I was like, let's be realistic. That's how this company is.
And even for, like, big companies, they're not freaking, like, Hollow and whatnot. They're not bringing in unknowns and trying to freaking, like, just have them up. They have different IPs, but they have... They have a previous following that may have found them via, like, voice or something. You know, my personal example. Those that have been around know who I'm referring to. One of my inspiring Italians.
So if we bring in a small talent, they're not going to get like blown up to stardom. There's a chance still, but it's not like high. It's not likely or guaranteed or anything like that. It's a small chance. What's more likely to happen is you bring someone in, they get noticed a bit, they get a little bit of a boost, right? Not enough to take the cuts that you take of the things that they make and pay back for the money you put into them. Not enough. You would be.
And that's an insane freaking thought on that as well. Because, I mean, as has been stated in other ones, which I didn't know this when I originally watched this, but, like, the cuts that they're taking and whatnot, they did it proportional to the size of the person. So, this could be, like, theoretically, and obviously we don't have any examples to give us any to give us any reference point as to how bad it would get, because they mostly had, like, established people, which was smart. But it could theoretically have been, like, Niji level numbers of how much shit they try and take.
Be running on a negative on them. If we had a lot of money, I'd be like, yeah, let's do it. Because if we're profitable in other places and then you want to throw extra funds into that just to support it, that's its own thing. That's cool. I'm totally fine with that. But I was like, guys, I don't think we're in that position. This is at the time me not knowing the exact financial situation.
They very much weren't.
But me having looked at things for a long time and been like, yeah, it's probably not going to work, right? I just knew for a long time, like, this is not set up well in a way where we're going to be like super profitable on our own. So I was like, I just don't think we're in a position to do this. And I got pretty much like silence as an answer, like in a call.
Which is
and some,
apparently a recurring thing, where if anyone says anything, hey, maybe this isn't going to work out. Hey, maybe certain bad thing may happen. Hey, do you mind actually acknowledging that things aren't perfect from your little ivory tower and actually do your fucking job? Then you just get silence from the actual shot callers, apparently.
Trying to something, it was just a lot of like nothing, a lot of nothing, and some words were said that basically were just hot air, and I was like, well, all right, so you want me to be okay with when later I found out one of the people was one of my own friends. I was like, now I'm extra mad. Right? Like, I have to watch you potentially promise a friend of mine a bunch of things that I know
I am
you
kind of
can't
curious
really
as to who that
help
is
with.
and,
My
like,
friend,
reference to.
someone who wants to do music. Can you pay for a concert for this person? No, because they hadn't been covering stuff like that for any of us. They hadn't been covering anything for us. So if someone comes in, they want to do like music, which means getting a 3D model, doing concerts, doing all this stuff. I was like, that's an expensive venture. Can you help them with it in that you can connect them maybe to some resources for it? Yeah. You help them financially?
And I know why freaking 3D models are expensive. Good 3D models, not mine. My 3D models are passable. I'd still freaking charge, like, maybe 6K for... Not 6K. 600 for that. I don't do 3D commissions because I don't feel as if I'm experienced enough in it, and I also don't exactly feel... Unless I had, like, a specific friend or something, I'd probably charge them. But I'm not that great at 3D. I did a 3D model that works, and I still need to make adjustments to it. I need to make a lot of adjustments to it, to be honest. But that was done over the course of an entire month, both on and off stream. I've seen how much time, like, someone that's more experienced than me, like Kenji, does fantastic work. And he puts so much time into it. Like, multiple months of work. And his models are fantastic. And I don't know, how much does Kenji, Let's see if I can find his commission sheet without having to go through... There we go. Oh, no, I want pricing, not commission. Basic bundle, which is, you know, a basic model, has rigging. I think has rigging. Fuck! Basic schemes showing you prices might be basic bundle, safe work body, hair, outfit, you know, the basics, 5 facial expressions, VR chat and Unity package, or VRM for VTubing, and commercial use. The basic thing, in order to get it as a functional piece of equipment, is $12.50 plus, depending on complexity, assumedly, because honestly, understandable. Because there's a big difference between, like, me, where I'm basic humanoid with just some weird feet, and if he were to do something like Merp, who has, like, the big tentacles and all that freaking, all the bells and whistles and whatnot, or Skoo, who would also probably want tentacles and whatnot. So yeah, he'd double my price plus some as a base. And I'd say that he's worth it. Like, he is very experienced in what he does and does very good work. So he's definitely earned that price tag. And then, obviously, Vishodra's probably going to go for someone, like, even higher up for what they do, because, oh, well, we need to have it by this deadline, and we need to have it have, like, a mesh with, like, the other people, and, like, in order to have a similar freaking style, because, like artists, like 2D artists, 3D art does have your style to it.
No. So if they're a small talent and they want to do music, what can you actually do for them? What are you offering them? Genuinely. Like, oh yeah, we'll email a studio for you. Why can't they do that themselves? Right?
Yeah.
Like, I was just like, I don't know what we're thinking here.
Like, I can freaking hunt down... Say I want to freaking try and do VA for a freaking major company or something. I can send them an email myself.
Again, if we had all the money in the world, then I'd be
Or
like, hell yeah, because
apply
then
it
we could throw
myself.
funds at stuff and help launch somebody. It's marketing budget. That it can actually work out. But we didn't have that. So I was pointing this out. I was pointing this out the whole time. I was pointing this out before I knew who some of the people were that were potentially joining. I was like, hey, can we do this? Can we do that? And I was just trying to be very realistic. I was trying to be very realistic, and I was saying things pretty nicely. I had spoken with people in like leadership in separate calls many times about business, about strategy, and I had been bringing up since before I joined.
Giga's like one of the ones that I've been freaking getting a good amount of information from, because she has experience in like the financial side of things and like trying to freaking sort things out like this. And she apparently like joined partially in order to try and sort stuff like that out. So she has like a lot of information on this stuff, and it's quality information and whatnot. So I've kind of been keeping track of some of her stuff with it, rather than like, the exception is I also watch Lily's. Actually, out of all these, those are the only two that I've really watched. This is obviously 3 hours ago. I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. This wasn't out when I started streaming. But I've heard people like yipping and yapping about like some of the process that goes into stuff. I've been freaking hearing people talk about like their personal experience. Giga's experience in knowing how like what she was available to do, as far as like what she's available to talk about, and like discussing why all of the freaking money shit happened, which is the big thing, without like talking about interpersonal stuff, right?
Things that we could do to make this profitable, because I'm no stranger to startups. I understand what you do is you start a company, you get investment, you run at a loss at first, and then over time you inject that money in the right spots so that you can become profitable. That's very normal. That is very normal for startups. A lot of them don't make it, but some do. And I felt like with the talent pool that we had every reason to be able to make it after like a 5-year period, let's say, right? We had every reason to be able to do that. But I was looking at what we were doing, and I wasn't privy to every bit of information. Obviously, I was just privy to some little bits. Even with the little bits I was privy to, I said, hey, you should do this, this, and that to become profitable. You're not doing this, this, and that. So I spent so much of my time while being in the group pushing these things forward. We should be doing this, we should be doing that.
Which was a relatively short time, I believe. I don't know, that's the thing, like, everything I've heard so far has been just anytime that people that had decision-making power were told, this isn't perfect, they'd bury their head in the sand, which is not something you do for a business. If you are in the red in a certain spot, then you need to have you have to have a equal green in another spot, or you have to figure out how to mitigate that red into a yellow or a white, I guess, is the operative way to put it. Like a neutral of sorts.
And I was really trying. Like I said, I was sitting there in meetings with people, like spending real time on this, writing up notes, handing written up things to people, etc. Nothing. And I was like, brother, in my mind, this is not something I said to them. In my mind, I was like, they should just give up. This is what I thought. They should just give up trying to do some of these things that they're trying to do, because it's not going to work. Not that they should give up the whole thing, but some people should just step back, because clearly they're not suited to this. Maybe some people.
Yeah, like the people that were just sitting in freaking calls with their friends freaking playing video games instead of doing their goddamn jobs and sorting things out that had a deadline. Honestly, if I freaking sat in a call with Tepper and just freaking yipped and yapped, playing freaking Roblox or some shit for 5 hours while I had a model that was needing to be worked on, that needed to be done by freaking, I don't know, if we go by a point that's in the future from now, August 12th or something like that. And I had only gotten the sketch done. And I had nothing to show for it aside from that. Because at this point, August 12th is not a deadline that I think I could make. It takes about 2 weeks for me to get art done, and it takes about 2 weeks for me to get the rigging done. When it comes to the amount of stuff that goes into a model. If that were to happen, and then I should not be continued to be worked with by that person. If they said, hey, and I don't know if, like, depending on the person, I don't know if I'd charge them up front or not. Like, if they're like, hey, I want my fucking money back. Yeah, they deserve their fucking money back. I should be fired from the job if I am doing shit like that instead of working on the thing I am being paid for.
People should just take a different role because the role that they're in is not what they can do, right? I was just like, it ain't good. And if the talent are the only ones who are really seeing it, there were some staff that absolutely did. Like I said, like my own manager, he and I would sit there in meetings and we'd go over my stuff for the week, and then I'd also go over like company stuff, you know, and I'd be like, hey, realistically this thing should happen, that we should be doing this project here is not being done the way it should be, etc., etc. And I was just pushing stuff up the chain, and it was like once it went past that layer of like our managers, it like died. I don't know what happened to it after that. Like I know and I trust.
What happened is, as we've seen now, is that freaking the suits at the top, you know, oddly enough, that's always what freaking happens. In any industry, it feels like. Freaking, you have... I mean, it's not always the top, but like, somewhere between point A and point B, people are like, that's not my problem. Despite the fact that they're being talked to, or I don't want to actually push this on to X person because I don't want to deal with it, because I'll have to deal with it, blah, blah, blah. Or it does get all the way up to the top suit, and he's like, alright, whatever. I'm not gonna freaking push it over to maintenance because I don't care. They can whine and they can complain, and I guess that the people that are freaking yelling at our interns to call center individuals in order to fucking get X, Y, or Z done can just complain about them. Until legal stuff actually gets freaking brought up, and then they're like, oh, wait, actually, I just found an extra truck full of maintenance gear just sitting around. Oops, yeah, we'll get that right out there. It's different for entertainment versus like that stuff, but you know. Normally, it doesn't get to the point where one of the
manager was sitting there pushing these things up the chain, and then I myself was sometimes too. But it just like
when it comes to stuff like
this, a wall. That's it, right? I was just like, well, okay, all right. You know, I would see sometimes things be done where money would get spent in a way where I was like, why did we do that? It was mostly in the past. While I was there, for the most part, there wasn't really money being spent on random shit, because I don't think there was money to spend on random. There wasn't like that, like they did early on. But I looked back and I was like, what is some of this? Like, what were people thinking? Yeah, like the Subway ads.
Here they are. It's a lot of money. This is one of the ways that you can get it. There's also this piece of information here, and I'll let you explain how much this costs. So what this says in Japanese is, right here, this says that for one of those pillars, 7 days, if I'm not mistaken, it'll cost 40 million yen, which is about $250,000 for one. If you want to take over the whole thing, it would cost 200 million yen.
Okay, so So it's 200. That's 200,000. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1,358,594. That is 1.4 million, effectively. I mean, I don't even know if this counts, like, any tax that might be going into this shit. Or, like, fees for currency exchange, you know.
Which is, if I'm not mistaken, it's a ton, okay? It's like an insane amount of money, and that's to get all those pillars for 7 days of advertising.
I remember looking at it at the time, even, and being like, is that the right usage for that? What if one of those...
For a week, by the way.
...was just a concert instead, right? Like legitimately, you could have gotten an entire, like, concert for one member for the cost of, like, one of those Subway ads. So I remember this is stuff I was thinking before even joining. I was just like...
And I don't know, like, if they went for one or if they went for, like, the whole shebang. I mean, if it was, like, only one, it was what? Freaking, what did he say, 200? Or no, fucking whatever. Multiple thousands.
Like, look, do I think sometimes spending money on stupid marketing ideas works out? Yes, I've seen it work really well, actually. But that one in particular, I'm like, what do we... I don't know. I don't know, man. A lot of stuff that was odd. But again, you know, I worked on joining because I was approached directly and I was handed a...
There it is. That was what I was talking about earlier. When I was talking about how people had to run interference for, like, this shit. The bigger individuals were scouted.
version of a contract. I was not told, you got to sign this. I was told, this is what we hand people to start with. Please lawyer up and work with us on this.
All you have to do is say scouting versus applied. All you have to do is be transparent about that. You don't have to go into the details. You don't have to break any NDAs. That's all it would have taken for Zen and Amma to not receive so much bullshit for months because people thought that they were scammed out of any chance because you use Zen as a poster person. And afterward, with zero other freaking mention, Amma suddenly shows up. And they were... That's the freaking... It makes it look like you're just freaking trying to make your stockholders freaking happy because look at all these people that are interested in us. And then you already had a person lined up. I mean, that's fucking... That's a lot of freaking American businesses, I guess. Like, that's the reason why they open applications and whatnot. It's like, oh, well, we get fees waived if we're freaking classified as openly hiring, blah, 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 freaking XYZ. You get the idea.
You know, that's what I was told, genuinely. I'm not going to pretend that 100% of everything was bad all the time and start punching at them and being an asshole like that. That was good. I had my own lawyer and I sat there and negotiated things and I ended up with a version of the contract that was very different than what was put in front of me. And it was something that I genuinely was like, yeah, I'm chill with this. And, you know, my plan was to join and be there forever. My plan was to join and...
Considering that they also were trying to get, like, Lily and whatnot, I don't know how much Giga has in, like, the background, but, like, considering how much they were unwilling to budge for, like, Lilies, I wonder, like, what the middle ground, what point A and point B looked like, and what the middle ground was they were willing to accept and whatnot. That'll never happen because it's just private contract stuff, but, like, I do want to know, like, it would be very interesting information to have.
And fix a lot of things if I could, with full knowledge that it might not work, because again, I'm no stranger to startups. I know how many of them don't work out. And my plan was, well, if it doesn't work out, I will at least have things done in a way where I'll be okay. You know, that's it. And that was, you know, here we are. So am I gonna lose some things? Probably, yeah. But I still conducted things the whole time I was there carefully, because I knew from before I joined, again, when they were giving initial pitches to me and stuff, like, this looks likely to not be okay. I wish I knew how much of a bad situation some other members were kind of in. I did not realize how much money some of them were just kind of leaving with the company, stuff like that. I did not know these sums. I may have said,
I mean, yeah, like, you're not gonna be freaking... That makes sense that she doesn't know. Unless she's an actual bookkeeper, which she wasn't. She was not hired as a bookkeeper. She was hired as a talent. She's not going to just be told, oh yeah, we owe this individual 18 months of back pay. Oh, we owe this individual, like, 250,000. We owe this person freaking whatever number, freaking whatever. Just because she's trying to freaking make things work because she has some of the knowledge, and does not mean she's, like, officially a bookkeeper and isn't, you know.
a lot more beforehand had I known. I still did say a lot. I did a lot to try and make sure people could make informed decisions within my means, whatever I was able to say. And I was internally, you're allowed to say a lot, you know. So I was very outspoken, and I was very forthcoming with information. I held a lot of discussions between myself and some other talent and staff and leadership, especially, to try and make sure that concerns that I had, that they had, were spoken. Because if someone was sitting there thinking about something and going, oh, I don't know if this is right, or I don't know if this thing is done the way it should be, or blah, 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 I didn't want it to die with them just thinking about it in a corner. I was like, let's actually sit down and talk about a lot of things. So I set up a lot of calls and meetings and different things, and I sat down with people and took their concerns and itemized them into lists and all of this stuff, and made sure that the concerns were properly heard. You know, I did all of that. I did.
Freaking... I love how, like, obviously not with every one of their, like, managers, because obviously each one of them, like, some of them do say that they had, like, fabulous managers and whatnot. Giga said she had a fabulous manager, blah, 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 blah. But Giga doing 3 different people's work effectively here. She is a talent. She's setting up meetings like someone in, like, HR should be doing. And she's trying to help with finance, like at least one of the bookkeepers should be doing. And I'm assuming that she wasn't, like, hired on specifically for either of the other 2 things.
I did all of that, and I still feel like I didn't even do as much as I could have. I could have, if I decided to not stream for a while, I could have sat down and just done so much of that. But you know, I did what I felt was way more than enough, considering I was not, like, getting paid as an employee to do any of this. Yeah, I made sure that.
Oh, that's right. There it is, right there. Not paid for, you know, doing these things. She's not hired for these things. Also, I'm gonna freaking see if unloading these gives me some CPU breathing room, so that hopefully this doesn't keep stuttering every, like, 2 seconds.
Concerns of the talent were itemized and said. and spoken. And especially because some people are just nervous talking about this stuff. Some people are like really unsure about how to conduct themselves in these kinds of conversations, etc. So I made sure I helped there. And so I sat down, had discussions with.
I mean, I guess that's at least one thing that they freaking, you know, improved over the years. At the very least, she was allowed to talk to other talents about, you know, behind the scenes stuff. She wasn't forced into an NDA about freaking. Sorry, you're not allowed to talk about any, like, finances or, fucking. Things that are going bad.
People, I said, hey, here's what I need. By the time I was doing this, I'm gonna probably make a video talking more in depth at some point, but by the time I was doing a lot of this, I was already preparing to leave. I hadn't really told people that's where I was, but I was already ready for that. I still wanted to help. I stayed longer than I wanted.
Let's look up. How long were you in V Shoujo? Because it feels like it was less than a year, right? September 2nd of 2023. Less than a year. Also, this hasn't been updated, because this is still using future tense.
I stayed a lot longer than I wanted to sit there and try.
And she stayed longer than she wanted.
Again, a lot of the very recent information was not stuff that had come to light yet. So I was like, there's still that Hail Mary that we can do, where we can sit here and talk over a lot of this stuff and just see what happens. See if some people are willing to give up the reins on certain things, if some people are willing to adjust strategy, right? Like change what they think we should be doing and just adjust paths. Because again, with the people that we had, no reason why it shouldn't have been able to work, genuinely. So I was like, let's just sit down and talk about it, right? And we did. We talked a bunch, and I even gave my meeting notes to leadership. That I was sitting there note taking the whole time while we were talking. I was doing all the work I shouldn't have to do, handed it over, and I said, you've got a week to make a roadmap. So you have to address all the things that we.
I want to know if that paper made it to anyone's desk, or if it was immediately tossed in the shredder because it said that higher-ups had to put in work to actually do something.
Be itemized out, say what you're going to do or what you intend to do or what the status is or whatever, and then some sort of timeline so we have something tangible to go off of. Because I was like, look, I'm flirting with the idea of leaving. I was really wanting to leave, but I was flirting with the idea of leaving is what I told them. And this is what I would need to consider staying, is these pivots on these things, right? Really structured meeting. A week later, I'm given a roadmap that I thought was not sufficient at all for me to want to change my mind or even try at all. Some people were like, I'd like to.
Oh, she was given a roadmap. I've thought that it was the other way around. But they just didn't do a roadmap, and they're like, all right, just leave.
Some of these things a shot. I said, this is to other talent, I said that I already did way more than I signed up for. I set up a damn meeting. I've done more than enough. I was already ready to go. I really hope it works out. But I stayed for quite a while to make sure that I helped them through that. And then I put in some notice ahead of time and was like, yeah, I'll be gone by this date. If you magically conjure solutions to these things, maybe, you know, but you'd have to like cast a damn spell. There you go. And they had some calls with me the whole time trying to have leadership be like, we have some meaningful context for you that might affect how you feel. And I would sit there through a meeting and they'd say some things and I'd be like, that didn't affect how I feel, thanks. And I would just be like,
which is understandable. Like, I really, really wish I knew what freaking individual winds up doing most of these calls and whatnot. Like, they are very bad at their job, apparently. I mean, they might not be bad at their job, right? But, like, a lot of this is litigation stuff that freaking goes into it. So, assumedly, it's someone that, like, has some sway and whatnot, PR or whatever. But, I mean, other people were unwilling to budge from, you know, doing nothing, or freaking burning money, literally, or some other shit. So, fucking who knows? But, like, I don't know how we get from point A to point B on this, you know? Like, again, this video freaking... The amount that they don't want to budge from certain things that are stated by these people to be deal breakers is insane.
All right, so I just stuck with it, and I ended up being the first one to, like, publicly choose to leave, you know? So that's... And here we are. I regret not being more outspoken internally earlier. I say that, though, I actually really... I said that to one other member, and they were like, no, you were really outspoken. And I'm like, yeah, but I should have been, like, an asshole about it. I was never an asshole about it, and now looking back, knowing what I know now, I should have been an asshole about it. At the time, I didn't really feel like I had a reason to be like that. I really didn't feel like it was worth being that way.
Hindsight's
but yeah,
2020.
now that other things have come to light, I'm like, damn. I got some really vindicating messages from people being like, you were right, and I'm like, yeah, but I mean, again, hindsight is 2020. At the time,
and like there's a little spark of yeah for like I told you so shit, but like I'm sure that she also like was like, holy fuck, how do I it's a disaster for everyone. Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
it didn't feel right to push that way. And I didn't want to push anyone into a decision just because I felt so strongly. I was like, look, I've known this was cooked since the beginning. I was really hoping it wouldn't be. I put time in, I put effort in, I did more than enough. I'm going. I didn't need to drag everyone else into that, right? I needed them to see for themselves their own stuff not working out. And I wasn't going to be the bad guy and be like, you have to leave with me, haha, and like rub my hands together and look evil, you know?
And like, I mean, obviously it wouldn't have gotten as bad as it was with the trio in 2023 because this shit still comes out later. This shit still comes out in the timeline, assumedly. But like, I mean, she just gets painted as a bad person if she tries to do that, I guess. Freaking, so things played out in a way that, you know, was cleaner. I just kind of feel bad for Matara, who freaking, I don't know. I'll watch. I'm going to end stream soon-ish. I'm gonna watch the other stuff off stream. I really just wanted to freaking. This was supposed to be a short video, so I could just waste
didn't do that.
time.
But yeah, looking back, I'm like, damn, I should have done that. But
So I didn't
it
just
only would have
leave
made sense if
immediately
I
after
knew
stream.
everything that I knew now, right? It really would have made
Or
sense
after
only
break.
in that scenario. But yeah, I don't know.
And we're
I did
almost
what
to
I
our
could.
next break.
So there you go. I'm trying to be a bit vague. Depending on how things go, I will be able to speak less vaguely in the future. I'd love to pull up like the document I made at the time of all the stuff we wanted to ask for. I don't think there's some stuff on there I will never say just because I shouldn't. There's other stuff that I'm like, yeah, I think I just have to wait before going into specifics or anything like that, you know? Again, gotta be nice and careful. But yeah, I don't know. I really, all I can say is after all of this, I really tried. I tried since the beginning. Almost all of the projects that we did do were my idea or I was pushing them forward. I think with everything considered, there's just a lot I want to know. There's still a lot I want to know, and that's another reason why I'm being pretty careful about what I say still as well. There's a lot of the issues came about because no one knew anything realistically. And I know there's some people online being like, how does this person not know this? How did that person not know that? How did this person only find out now? Blah, blah, blah. It's really easy to obscure information when you don't tell anyone anything, right?
Yeah.
And everyone is like, not sure.
I mean, Christ knows that I've freaking fallen victim to shit like that. Like, hey, or I shouldn't say this. There are when there's shit going on like this in the background, the only way that you know certain things is if you fly on the wall. Or you're thought of as low enough that nothing you say can do anything. Or they try and threaten you and tell you not to tell X person. They'll talk to, like, their friends or, like, the higher-ups and whatnot. And I learned a few things about certain other people I worked with before it was confirmed. Like, oh, hey, this person, yeah, they're not going to be with us this next year, or, oh, they're not going to be freaking... They might get fired, they might get freaking barred, or freaking whatever. We're going to freaking have to ex-nay them if they keep doing this thing. We had to have this talk with this person because they did a big no for what we're supposed to be doing out here. Also, my freaking model froze for that whole thing. But yeah, this shit happens, like, all the time. Behind the scenes shit happens constantly for this. And, like, the people directly involved, half the time, do not know until the last minute. People directly involved. Like I said, there were 3 people that I worked with that I knew that they were getting fired at the end of that year before they did. For 2 main reasons. One, this was mentioned, like, 2 weeks in, out of 8. So, obviously, if they're told that they're going to get fired, they're probably just going to stop showing up at a certain point. And 2, I wasn't supposed to know, so I'm just at freaking risk of freaking getting fired. Like, oh, you told about freaking thing. Oh.
So, yeah, and there's a lot of inner workings. Again, like, right now is not the time for me to say, but I completely understand how this happened. It's like a verbal NDA, I guess. You know? I just want a lot of specific information that I don't know if I'll ever be able to get, but I would like that.
And in the end, it didn't matter anyway, because, like, life stuff happened, and I just became unable to freaking continue working there. You know, the whole freaking needing to take care of mom and whatnot, so... Can I actually move when I do this? Can I move at all? Hello? But I'm gonna call it. I'm once again an hour late from actually getting food. I don't know if there's anyone that I want to raid into right now. Where's that other... It's there. God, I really do need food, though. Is anyone that I'm friends with streaming? Tomorrow will be not discussing, but tomorrow we'll be doing something much less depressing. And much less inflammatory. We could raid into... Let me same category real quick. Actually, can I sort by... Wish I could sort by people that I'm also following. I'm gonna open this, not because I'm raiding into them, but because I want to. I'm gonna watch them afterward. Okay, I know we're gonna raid into K. Because I haven't raided into... Assuming that they're not ending. They're doing some D&D. Which seems like a good conversion from chatting. Let's unload this so that it actually fucking... let me fucking... double check to make sure that's gonna unload properly. I'm gonna snooze ads again. I really don't want you guys going into ads just before we raid. Like I said, tomorrow the plan is something much less annoying / inflammatory. There's the socials. You can join the Discord, follow me on Blue Sky, or follow me on Twitter to keep updated on things such as when I go live, what I'm going live with, and art like you see in the corner. Ugh. This will probably be the only time that we really talk about this on stream, to be honest. I really just was right in the middle of something while I was freaking going live, so I just decided that I was going to continue and yap and bullshit and whatnot. Because I don't really... I'm not clip farming for it, so whatever. Hopefully, all of my computer parts come in as planned. And hopefully, we are in line to actually have a new PC sorted by the end of the year. I'm going to get tagged by ads just as I'm going into raid, aren't I? I really wish that things didn't take, like, 8 years to fucking load on Twitch, dude. The fact that they freaking just make everything cascade load and freaking have, like, every individual thing is a different module, which is so inefficient, dude. Either way, let me just start the raid. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for the follows, raids, all that good jazz. Like I said, tomorrow will hopefully be relaxing with something else. It'll probably be more reaction shit, but I do have a more interesting thing to skim across. Thank you all so much for watching once again, and I'll see you guys tomorrow if all goes to plan. Love y'all. Bye.